Greetings, sleepy adventurer. Tonight's Daredevil tale follows the fall of the Kingpin and the rise of something far worse. With Hell's Kitchen on the brink of collapse, Matt Murdock steps up to take control. But once you wear the crown, can you ever take it off? Let's find out. Before we begin, rest assured there are no ads to interrupt your sleep. When the story ends, soothing sounds will guide you through the night to help you get a full 8 hours. Now, let's get ready for a peaceful night's sleep as our story begins. The rain hit the pavement like bullets, washing blood into the gutters of Hell's Kitchen. Wilson Fisk lay on the ground, gasping, his empire crumbling with every shuddering breath. Daredevil stood over him, his crimson suit soaked in rain and blood, some his own, most not. The battle for Hell's Kitchen had raged for weeks, but it had all led to this moment. The Kingpin of crime was dying. Gunfire rattled through the streets. Fisk's men were still fighting, loyal to their master until the bitter end. But they were leaderless now, desperate, disorganized. Matt could hear their heartbeats hammering in the dark alleys, their shouts blending with the wail of distant sirens. The city was already turning on them. Fisk coughed, a deep, rattling sound. "You think this is a victory?" His voice was thick with pain, but there was something else beneath it. Amusement, pity. You just crowned yourself. Matt clenched his fists, stepping back as the weight of Fisk's words settled on his shoulders. He wanted to believe this was an ending, but somewhere deep inside he already knew it was just the beginning. Minutes earlier, the fight had been nothing short of brutal. Fisk had thrown Matt through a marble pillar in his private estate. The impact had shattered bone. Matt felt it, heard it, but he had kept going. He'd had to. Fisk had fought like a beast, a man who refused to acknowledge his own mortality. His punches were freight trains, his grip like iron, but Matt had learned his rhythm. He had studied him for years, waited for the moment when Fisk's arrogance would open a single gap in his defenses. It had come in a heartbeat, a stagger, a ragged breath, a slight hesitation, and Matt had struck. The billy club had cracked against Fisk's skull, the force enough to finally bring the Kingpin down. The second strike had broken his nose. The third had left him gasping for air. And now, here they were. Fisk dying on his own doorstep, Hell's Kitchen watching with bated breath. "You don't understand," Fisk murmured, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. "Without me, they'll tear this city apart." Matt wanted to argue, wanted to tell him that justice would win, that Fisk was lying to save himself. But deep down, he feared the Kingpin might be right. The moment Fisk's body hit the ground, Hell's Kitchen reacted. The underworld had been waiting for this. Even as Matt listened, he could hear the whispers moving through the city. The Russians, the Triads, the remnants of the Hand. They had all been waiting for Fisk to fall. And now that he had, there was only one question left. Who would take his place? Police sirens wailed in the distance. Matt staggered away from Fisk's body, ribs screaming, head spinning. The fight had left him barely standing, but there was no time to rest. If the cops found him here, they would arrest him, maybe even unmask him. More than that, he had to leave before he started thinking too hard about what Fisk had said. "You just crowned yourself." Matt disappeared into the night. Hours later, in the quiet of his apartment, Matt pressed a frozen bag of peas against his ribs and tried to ignore the city outside his window. Fisk was gone. He should have felt relief, victory. Instead, all he felt was a dull, creeping unease. The city wasn't celebrating. It was holding its breath. A knock at the door shattered the silence. He tensed, every instinct flaring to life. He reached for his billy clubs, stepping forward cautiously. "Who is it?" A pause. Then a calm, familiar voice. "We should talk." Matt opened the door to find a man in a tailored black suit, his expression unreadable. He recognized him instantly, one of Fisk's key men, the kind of person who thrived in the shadows. "I don't work with people like you," Matt said coldly. The man smirked. "You misunderstand, Mr. Murdock. I'm not here to offer you a job." He stepped inside, closing the door softly behind him. "I'm here to explain reality. Whether you like it or not, the moment Fisk died, you became the one thing you swore you'd never be." Matt clenched his jaw. "And what's that?" The man's smirk widened. "The new Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen." The words haunted him. Hours after the man had left, Matt sat in the darkness of his apartment, his mind racing. He couldn't let the city fall apart, but he couldn't become what Fisk had been. Could he? The sound of distant gunfire echoed through the streets. Factions were already moving, testing each other's strength. Without a ruler, the city would be consumed in bloodshed. Matt pressed his hands against his face, taking slow, measured breaths. He had won. So why did it feel like he had already lost? As dawn began to break, Matt made a choice. Hell's Kitchen needed a kingpin, and if he couldn't destroy the throne, he might have to take it. The night after Fisk's death, Hell's Kitchen was drowning in chaos. Fires burned in the alleys, the glow flickering against rain-slicked streets. Gunshots cracked in the distance, and every siren screamed like a warning bell. The fragile order that Fisk had maintained through sheer force of will had collapsed in a matter of hours. Daredevil stood on a rooftop, listening. The city's heartbeat was erratic, pulsing with fear and violence. Below, two gangs clashed in the streets. Young men with machetes and pipes, no uniforms, no structure. A war without a king. He dropped into the chaos without hesitation. The first man never saw him coming. Matt's elbow struck the side of his head, sending him crashing against a burning dumpster. Another swung wildly with a crowbar. Matt ducked, twisting the weapon from his grip and driving his knee into the man's ribs. The fight was over in seconds, but the message was clear. No one was in control anymore. As he stood among the wreckage, panting, Matt heard something behind him, a slow clap. He turned, already tense. A woman in a sleek black coat stepped forward, watching him with amused curiosity. She didn't carry a weapon, didn't even flinch at the bodies around them. "Nice work," she said, her voice smooth. "But you're solving the wrong problem." Matt's fists tightened. "Who are you?" She smiled. "Someone who wants to help you understand your new position." Matt's stomach turned. He already knew what she was going to say. The meeting took place in the back of a ruined restaurant, long after midnight. Matt didn't want to be here, but he had to listen. The most dangerous men and women in Hell's Kitchen had gathered: Russian mobsters, triad representatives, cartel lieutenants, and the remnants of Fisk's old network. They were all staring at him, waiting to see what kind of man he was. "We're not here to negotiate," one of them growled, a thick-set Russian with a scarred face. We need leadership. We need someone to keep things in order." "And you think that's me?" Matt asked. A different man, older, wearing an expensive suit, leaned forward. "Fisk kept the peace. You killed him. So tell us, Murdock, are you taking his place, or are you letting this city burn?" Silence. Matt felt the weight of their stares, the unspoken challenge in the air. They weren't asking him to rule. They were telling him that if he didn't, someone else would. And whoever took that throne might be worse than Fisk ever was. He left the meeting feeling sick. The idea of taking Fisk's place was unthinkable. He was Daredevil, the one who fought men like Fisk, not became them. But as he moved through the city, listening to the rising violence, he realized something. The gangs weren't afraid of him anymore. They weren't afraid of anything. 2 blocks from his apartment, Matt heard a scream. A woman, panicked. A mugging. 3 men surrounding her, knives drawn. Matt hit the ground running. The first man went down before he even realized what was happening, Matt's boot slamming into his sternum. The second swung wildly. Matt dodged, grabbed his wrist, and snapped it back with a sickening crack. The third ran. Matt led him. The woman scrambled to her feet, eyes wide with terror. "Thank you." Then she stopped. She looked at him, really looked at him, and she took a step back. Matt's chest tightened. The fear in her eyes wasn't for the men he had just beaten. It was for him. Fisk had ruled through power and fear, and in that moment, Matt realized, without him, the city only understood one thing. Whoever wanted to keep order had to do the same. By dawn, Matt had made his first decision. If he was going to play Fisk's game, he was going to change the rules. He didn't need to run the underworld. He just needed to control it. He would set limits, keep the worst of it in check. No drugs near schools, no human trafficking, no senseless violence in the streets. And if they didn't listen, he would remind them why they feared the devil. That night, he returned to the criminals who had summoned him to that meeting. "You want order?" he told them. "These are my terms. Follow them, or I break you." The Russian with the scarred face sneered. "And if someone else disagrees?" Matt didn't hesitate. "Then they won't be around long enough to argue." There was a long silence. Then, one by one, the crime bosses nodded. It was done. The first deal had been made. Matt had taken his first step into Fisk's world. Foggy Nelson slammed the newspaper onto Matt's desk. "What the hell is this?" Matt didn't answer. He didn't need to. The headline said everything. Hell's Kitchen's new shadow, Daredevil takes control. Foggy ran a hand through his hair, pacing. "Tell me it's not true, Matt. Tell me you're not doing this." Matt exhaled slowly. "I'm keeping the peace." Foggy stared at him like he'd been slapped. "Keeping the peace? You sound just like..." He stopped himself, but Matt already knew what he was going to say. "You sound just like Fisk." "Foggy," Matt said quietly. "If I don't do this, the city burns." Foggy shook his head. "No, Matt. If you do this, you become the thing we've been fighting against our whole lives." Matt didn't answer, because deep down, he wasn't sure Foggy was wrong. For a long moment, Foggy just looked at him, like he was searching for something, some part of his best friend that hadn't been swallowed by the darkness. Then he turned and walked out. Matt sat in silence, listening as the city whispered around him. He had made his choice. and there was no turning back now. The streets weren't getting quieter. 3 days after Matt made his deal with the crime bosses, Hell's Kitchen was already shifting, but not in the way he expected. The smaller gangs obeyed his rules, keeping violence and trafficking in check, but a new force had begun to move in the shadows. They weren't Fisk's men. They weren't the Russians, the triads, or the cartels. They were something worse. Matt first heard their name in the early hours of the morning. He was listening to the city, waiting for patterns in the chaos, when a conversation caught his ear. A drug deal gone bad, a body dumped in the river, a name whispered with quiet fear: the Claws. Matt had never heard of them before, but if criminals were already scared, that meant one thing: this wasn't just another gang. It was something bigger, and if he didn't deal with it soon, he was about to lose control before he even had it. The ambush came that night. Matt had tracked a low-level dealer moving shipments near the docks, listening from the rooftops as a deal was being made. The men were nervous, shifting their weight, watching the shadows. They had heard the rumors too. The Claws were coming. Matt was about to move when it happened. A single gunshot, then another. Screams. He dropped into the fight mid-chaos, bodies hitting the pavement as figures in dark tactical gear swarmed in. They moved like professionals, fast, precise. Not gangsters, not street thugs, mercenaries. Matt fought like hell. His billy clubs struck bone, his boots cracked ribs, but the Claws were prepared. One of them pulled a shock baton from his belt, sending a wave of electricity through Matt's body. Pain exploded through his chest, his vision blurring. They knew his weaknesses. A figure stepped forward, looming over him as he struggled to rise. A woman's voice, smooth and controlled, cut through the chaos. "You're not the Kingpin." A pause. "But you're trying to be." Then, darkness. Matt came to in a warehouse, bound to a chair. The woman from before sat across from him, watching with curiosity. She was tall, sharp-eyed, dressed in black. A scar ran along her cheek, a silent testament to the world she came from. "You're not dead," she said. "You should be grateful." Matt flexed against the restraints. "And I should care because..." The woman smirked. "Because I know what you're trying to do. You think you can control the chaos Fisk left behind." She leaned in. "But you don't control us." Matt's jaw tightened. "You're mercenaries. What do you want?" The woman's eyes gleamed. "We want what Fisk wanted. Order, strength, but we don't answer to a man who plays by half measures." She stood, walking behind him. "And that's what you are, Daredevil. A half measure. You think you can draw a line in the sand and tell monsters where to stand?" She leaned in close. "Monsters don't listen." Then, without another word, she cut him loose. Matt stood slowly, confused. "Go," she said simply. "Consider this a warning." Matt hesitated. He could fight. He could end this now, but he wouldn't win. Not like this. So he walked away, the Claws watching him as he left. The war had begun. Matt didn't go home. He didn't sleep. Instead, he found himself moving toward the only person who could help him make sense of this mess. She was waiting for him. The rooftop was quiet, the city stretching endlessly below. Electranachios stood at the edge, dressed in black, twin says strapped to her thighs. She turned as he approached, smirking. Knew you'd come eventually. Matt sighed, rubbing his temples. How did you... Please. She waved a hand. A new power moves into Hell's Kitchen and you don't call me? I'm insulted. Matt exhaled slowly. The claws, who are they? Electra's expression darkened. Serious players. They're not like the gangs you've been babysitting. She stepped closer. They're looking for a new ruler, and if you don't take the throne, they'll find someone else. Matt tensed. I don't want the throne. Electra smiled, tilting her head. That's the problem, darling. She traced a finger along his jaw, voice dropping to a whisper. If you don't take it, someone worse will. Matt stood in the interrogation room, the stench of sweat and blood thick in the air. The man tied to the chair, one of the Claw's smugglers, was breathing heavily, his face already battered from the night's chase. Matt had caught him near the docks, taken him somewhere quiet. No cameras, no witnesses. His hands clenched into fists. He needed information. You don't get it, the smuggler groaned. We're not like Fisk. We don't follow orders. We are the orders. Matt pressed the man's broken wrist. He screamed. Where is your boss? Matt's voice was cold, controlled. The man panted, sweat dripping down his forehead. You're just like him. He spat. Fisk, you are him. Matt froze. His grip loosened. The man coughed, laughing weakly. See, you don't even know it yet. Matt stepped back, disgusted with himself. What the hell was he doing? For a long moment, he just stood there, staring at his own hands. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the man gasping behind him. The city had been right about one thing. Daredevil was gone. Something else had taken his place. And Matt wasn't sure if he could stop it. Matt sat in darkness, listening to the city breathe. Hell's Kitchen wasn't just a place. It was alive, a pulsing, restless thing. Every siren was a heartbeat. Every gunshot was a breath. And right now, the city was on the verge of hyperventilating. The Claws were making moves. Gangs that had once respected Matt's new order were starting to turn. The Russians had already broken one of his rules, pushing heroin into the neighborhoods he had marked as untouchable. If Matt let it slide, the rest would follow. The old Daredevil would have taken them down. Broken bones, cracked skulls, left them bleeding in an alley. But the new Matt Murdock knew that wasn't enough. Fisk hadn't ruled with fists alone. He had understood the laws of power, when to be feared, when to make deals, when to turn enemies into pawns. And if Matt wanted to keep the city from burning, he had to learn. Fisk had played chess. Matt was still playing checkers. That had to change. Tell me this isn't real. Matt flinched at the anger in Foggy's voice. They stood in Matt's apartment, the tension thick between them. The coffee on the table had gone cold. The newspaper between them was even colder. Daredevil strikes a deal. Crime lords report unspoken agreement with the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Foggy's hands were shaking as he threw it down. You swore you weren't doing this. You swore, Matt. Matt exhaled slowly. It's not what it looks like. Bullshit, Foggy snapped. You're making deals now. You're telling gangs where they can and can't commit crimes. Matt clenched his jaw. I'm controlling it. Foggy let out a bitter laugh. Controlling it? You sound like Fisk. Hell, you sound worse. At least he never pretended to be a hero. Matt flinched. Foggy took a step back, shaking his head. If you don't stop this now, Matt, I'm out. I can't watch you do this to yourself. Silence. Matt wanted to tell him he was wrong, that this was temporary, that he was still Daredevil, but the words wouldn't come, because deep down, Matt wasn't sure if he believed them anymore. Matt knew he was crossing a line, but he also knew that if he didn't, someone else would. He met with the Russians that night, a quiet meeting deep in the docks where no one could listen. The man across from him was old, scarred, a relic of the Soviet Union who had survived more wars than Matt could count. He exhaled cigar smoke into the night air, watching Matt with something like amusement. "You're learning?" he said. "You know how Fisk kept power? He didn't fight wars. He didn't have to. He made arrangements." Matt hated that he was right. "You don't sell to kids," Matt said flatly. "That's the rule. You break it again, you disappear." The Russian smirked. "And in return?" Matt's stomach turned. "In return, I look the other way on your other businesses. For now." There. He had said it. The words tasted like poison. The Russian grinned, offering his hand. "Now you understand, Mr. Murdock." Matt didn't shake it. He just turned and walked away, leaving another piece of himself behind in the darkness. The NYPD wasn't blind. Detective Brett Mahoney showed up at Matt's apartment the next day, leaning against the doorframe with a look that was more exhaustion than anger. "You're making my life a nightmare, you know that?" Matt stayed silent. Brett sighed, stepping inside. "Word on the street is you're running this town now. You might think you're helping, but the second you start picking which criminals get to walk, you're no better than them." Matt exhaled slowly. "I'm preventing a war." Brett shook his head. "No, Matt. You're just deciding who wins it." The words sat heavy in the air. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then Brett reached into his coat, pulling out a folder. He tossed it onto Matt's table. Matt frowned. "What's this?" "A murder," Brett said. "One of your approved criminals. Shot execution style last night. Someone sending a message." Matt flipped the folder open. His stomach clenched. The claws had struck again, and this time they had left him a message. Scrawled across the victim's chest in blood was a single word: King. Electra found him on the rooftop of a burned-out building, staring at the city below. She didn't speak at first. She just stood beside him, letting the silence stretch. "You're losing control," she said finally. Matt closed his eyes. "I never had it to begin with." Electra tilted her head. "Then why are you still here?" "Because if he left, the city burned. Because if he stayed, he burned with it." He clenched his fists. The claws made their move. Electra smirked. "Good. It's about time you stopped playing chess and started flipping the board." Matt exhaled slowly. "I need to stop them." Electra stepped closer, voice a whisper. "Then stop pretending you're above this. You already made your first deal. What's one more?" Matt knew what she was suggesting. If he wanted to take the claws down, he had to do more than fight. He had to use Fisk's methods: manipulation, leverage, bribery, threats, everything he had spent his life fighting against. For a long time, he didn't answer. Then, finally, he turned to Electra, and he said the words that sealed his fate. Tell me what I need to do." By all appearances, Hell's Kitchen was stable. The street fights had slowed. The smaller gangs were falling in line. The Russians, the Triads, the cartel, they were playing by Matt's rules, at least for now. From the outside, it looked like peace, but Matt felt the lie beneath it. He stood on a rooftop, listening. The city spoke in whispers, in the scrape of knives in dark alleys, in the quiet transactions happening under flickering streetlights. The underworld had accepted his rule, but not because they respected him, because they were watching him, waiting for him to slip, waiting to see if he was truly their kingpin. And deep down, Matt wondered if he already was. Not everyone in the underworld accepted Matt's control. The first challenge came from the Albanians, a small but dangerous faction that had thrived under Fisk's chaos, feeding on drugs and blood money. They weren't afraid of Daredevil. They weren't afraid of anything. Matt found them holed up in a warehouse deep in their territory. He took them down methodically, silent, brutal, efficient. By the time their leader was on his knees, breathing heavy, his men groaning in pain around him, Matt had already made his decision. "This is your last chance," Matt said, voice calm. "You follow my rules, or you don't operate in this city." The Albanians spat blood onto the floor. "We don't take orders from masked men." Matt exhaled slowly. Then he stepped forward, grabbed the man's arm, and snapped his wrist. The man screamed. Matt didn't flinch. "Then you don't operate at all." He left them broken in the dark, their message clear. The kingpin of Hell's Kitchen wasn't gone. He had just changed his name. By the next morning, the Albanians had fallen in line, but the victory felt hollow. Matt sat in his apartment, bruised and aching, listening to the hum of the city outside his window. He had always told himself that he wasn't like Fisk, that his rules were different. But the Albanians had learned the same way every gang had learned under Fisk, through fear. Matt ran a hand over his face, exhaustion settling deep in his bones. "What are you becoming?" The question sat heavy in his mind, and he didn't have an answer. The knock on his door wasn't unexpected. Matt had been waiting for it. When he opened it, Karen Page stood there, holding a file in her hands. Her expression was unreadable, but her pulse was steady, calm in a way that made Matt's stomach turn. She stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, placing the file on his table. "I need you to tell me I'm wrong." Matt didn't move. "What is this?" Karen crossed her arms. "Everything I could find on the new kingpin of Hell's Kitchen. His connections, his deals, his rules." She met his gaze. "It all leads back to you, Matt." Silence. Matt clenched his jaw. "I'm keeping the city safe." Karen scoffed. "Safe? You made a deal with the Russians. You let criminals run businesses as long as they follow your laws. You're not stopping crime, Matt. You're regulating it." Matt felt his pulse quicken. "It's not that simple." Karen shook her head, disappointment in her eyes. "It is that simple. Fisk thought he was keeping the city safe too, and look what it turned him into." Matt exhaled slowly. "I'm not Fisk." Karen didn't answer. She just picked up her file and walked to the door. Before she left, she looked back at him. "I think you should ask yourself if that's still true." Then she was gone, and Matt was alone with the question he didn't want to face. The attack came at midnight. Matt was on patrol, tracking a shipment of weapons moving through the docks, when he heard it. gunfire, fast and relentless. By the time he got there, the docks were a war zone. Bodies lay twisted on the pavement, blood slick on the concrete. The Russians, the triads, all taken down with surgical precision. Matt already knew who had done it before he even heard the footsteps behind him. Jesus, Red. Frank Castle stepped out of the shadows, a smoking rifle slung over his shoulder, his vest splattered with blood. His expression was calm, almost bored. Matt clenched his fists. Frank, the Punisher smirked, was wondering when you'd show up. Matt took a slow step forward. What the hell are you doing? Frank shrugged. Cleaning up your mess. Matt felt anger coil in his chest. My mess? Frank's smirk faded. You let these animals run free, Red. You make deals with them. You let them breathe. His voice darkened. I don't. Matt's pulse pounded in his ears. This isn't justice. Frank tilted his head. And what you're doing is... Matt didn't answer, because for the first time, he wasn't sure. Frank took a step closer, his voice quieter now. You can't have it both ways, Red. You want to be the Kingpin? Fine, but don't act shocked when the city treats you like one. Matt clenched his jaw, forcing his hands to steady. I'm nothing like Fisk. Frank's gaze didn't waver. Maybe not. A pause. Not yet. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Matt standing in the wreckage of his own choices. For a long time, Matt didn't move. The docks were quiet now, and for the first time, he wondered if the city was quieter because of him, or in spite of him. The night was still thick with gunpowder when Matt caught up to Frank. The Punisher had barely made it out of the docks before Matt crashed into him, both of them slamming into a crumbling brick wall in a nearby alley. The impact shook dust loose, but Frank barely staggered. Christ, Red, he grunted, shoving Matt off him. Thought we were past the whole punching each other phase. Matt's fist cracked against Frank's jaw before he could finish talking. Frank barely flinched. He just sighed. Yeah, okay. Then he swung back. The fight was raw, brutal, just like it had always been between them. Matt was faster, but Frank had weight and strength on his side. A left hook to Matt's ribs sent him reeling. A kick to Frank's knee brought him down. You don't get to do this, Matt growled, wiping blood from his mouth. This isn't your war. Frank smirked, rolling his shoulders. Yeah? And whose war is it exactly? Yours? Matt launched forward again, but Frank sidestepped, slamming him into the alley wall. You don't get it, Red, Frank muttered, his voice steady despite the blood dripping from his nose. You're exactly where Fisk was a year ago. Matt froze. Frank leaned in, voice low. You make the rules. You decide who gets to live, who gets to operate. You're not fighting crime anymore. You're running it. Matt shoved him back, breathing heavy. I am nothing like Fisk. Frank wiped his mouth, his grin humorless. Yeah? Look around, Red. The city ain't scared of him anymore. He pointed a gloved finger at Matt. They're scared of you. The words hit like a gut punch. Frank stepped back, nodding toward the chaos he'd left behind. You let him live, I don't. That's the only difference between us. And if that's all that separates a devil from a monster... He shrugged. That ain't much, is it? Then he turned and walked into the night, leaving Matt standing there, heart pounding. Frank was wrong. He had to be wrong, didn't he? The next night, Matt found himself in the kind of meeting he never thought he'd attend. It was an underground club, a den where deals were made in whispers and blood was spilled if the whispers weren't sweet enough. The air was thick with cigar smoke and quiet tension. Matt wasn't wearing the mask tonight. He was just Matt Murdock. He sat across from Vincenzo Moretti, one of the last old-school mob bosses still standing after Fisk's fall. Moretti had survived because he knew how to adapt, and right now he was studying Matt the same way he had once studied Fisk. "You're different than I expected," Moretti said finally, swirling a drink in his hand. "Most men who take the throne come in swinging, all fire and fury. You?" He smirked. "You're quiet, calculating." Matt didn't react. Moretti leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Fisk had respect because he was inevitable. You knew if you crossed him you'd regret it. A pause. "What about you, Murdock?" Matt's jaw tightened. "If you cross me, you won't regret it." He let the words settle. "Because you won't be around to..." Moretti's smirk widened. "Now you're getting it." Matt sat there, still as stone, as the weight of what he had just said settled on his shoulders. And for the first time, he wasn't sure if the words had been a bluff. Matt barely made it home before the door burst open. "Tell me you didn't just threaten Vincenzo Moretti." Foggy Nelson stood in the doorway, his face red with fury. Matt exhaled, pulling off his gloves. "I had to." "You had to?" Foggy's voice cracked. "You had to sit down with one of Fisk's old enforcers? You had to act like you were the goddamn Kingpin?" Matt stayed silent, because what could he say? That it wasn't what it looked like? That it was necessary? That was the same thing Fisk used to say. Foggy shook his head, laughing bitterly. "You know, I used to tell myself you were better than this. That no matter how dark things got, you'd never let yourself fall this far." Matt swallowed hard. "Foggy." "Don't," Foggy said, voice tight. He turned for the door, running a hand through his hair. "I can't watch this anymore." And then he was gone. And for the first time in a long time, Matt felt alone. The attack came just before dawn. Matt had barely pulled himself together from the argument with Foggy when he heard it. 3 gunshots, fast and close. Then a voice gasping through his earpiece. "Murdock, you've got a problem." Matt ran. When he arrived at the safe house, the bodies were already cooling. 2 of his lieutenants, men who had trusted him, were sprawled across the floor, bullet holes in their skulls. And the one who had betrayed them stood there, gun still smoking. A man Matt had trusted. Matt's stomach twisted. "Why?" The traitor shook his head, something like pity in his eyes. "You never really thought this would last, did you?" Then he raised the gun. And Matt moved. The fight was fast, savage. Rage powered Matt's fists as he dodged, struck, broke the man's wrist before wrenching the gun from his grasp. The traitor hit the ground, groaning. "You can't hold this city, Murdock." Matt knelt beside him, blood pounding in his ears. "You just tried to kill me," Matt said, voice dangerously quiet. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you." The traitor coughed. "Because that's what Fisk would have done." Matt's hand tightened on the gun. His mind screamed at him. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Would he? For a long time, he just stared down at the man beneath him. Then, he released the grip and walked away. By morning, the traitor was dead. Matt hadn't done it. He had left him alive, but someone else had made sure the message was sent. The body was found in the river, wrapped in chains. No witnesses, no leads, just a single note pinned to his chest. For the king. Matt stood on the rooftop, staring down at the city that was slipping further and further away from him. He had tried to control the darkness, but now the darkness was controlling him. And for the first time, he wasn't sure if he wanted to stop it. Hell's Kitchen was supposed to be under control. Matt had spent weeks making sure of it. He had forced the gangs to follow his rules, kept the worst of Fisk's empire in check, and carved out a fragile peace. But peace never lasted. The first sign of trouble came in whispers. Talk of a new player stepping onto the board. Someone powerful. Someone organized. Then the whispers turned into evidence. A Russian safe house burned to the ground. A triad enforcer gutted in his own home. A cartel shipment vanished without a trace. Whoever was behind it wasn't just sending a message. They were making a move. And tonight, Matt was going to find out who. The moment he dropped into the alley, he knew something was wrong. The meeting had been set up between the Russians and the cartel. Neutral ground, no weapons. It was supposed to be a simple negotiation. Instead, it was a massacre. Bodies lay scattered in the alley, blood pooling in the cracks of the pavement. Whoever had done this had been precise. Single-shot kills, no wasted movement. Matt's stomach turned. Then he heard the click of a gun behind him. "Miss me, Red?" Matt's blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable. Bullseye. Matt barely had time to move before the first shot rang out. He twisted, the bullet missing him by inches, shattering the brick wall behind him. Then Bullseye laughed. "Been waiting for this. Thought maybe you'd gone soft." Matt didn't answer. He just ran straight at him. The fight was fast and vicious. Bullseye was a killer, but Matt knew his tells, knew how he shifted his weight before throwing, how he angled his wrist before a shot. He dodged a knife, countered a punch, and slammed his elbow into Bullseye's ribs. Bullseye grinned. "There's the devil I remember." Then he threw something small, something metal. Matt heard it whistle through the air, then boom. A concussive blast sent him flying backward, slamming into a dumpster. His ears rang, his vision blurred. By the time he forced himself up, Bullseye was gone. But the message was clear. This wasn't over. Electra was waiting for him when he returned to his apartment. She was lounging on his couch, flipping a knife between her fingers like it was second nature. "Rough night?" Matt didn't answer. He tossed his mask onto the table, his ribs aching from the explosion. Electra smirked. "Bullseye back in town, I hear." Matt exhaled sharply. Someone sent him, someone with money, with power. He turned to her. "Who?" Electra leaned back, crossing one long leg over the other. "You already know the answer, Matthew." Matt clenched his jaw. The claws. This was their move. They weren't just challenging him, they were testing him, seeing how far they could push before he broke. Electra studied him, her voice turning soft. "You know how to stop this." Matt tensed. "Not like that." Electra tilted her head. "Not like what?" Matt didn't answer, because they both knew what she was really asking. Karen Page knocked on his door the next day. When Matt opened it, she was holding a file. Her expression was unreadable. "Say whatever you want, Matt," she said quietly. "But the claws don't move like a gang. They move like an army." Matt took the file. Inside were photos, bodies left as warnings, shipments stolen, territories seized overnight. "They're not just running this city," Karen said. "They're replacing you." Matt swallowed hard. "I know." Karen exhaled. "Then stop them." Matt hesitated, because stopping them meant making a choice, one that he wasn't ready to make. Karen saw it in his face, and when she spoke again, her voice was tight. "You can save the city, or you can own it. You can't do both." Then she left, and Matt was alone with the weight of her words. The claws struck first. The next night, a shipment belonging to Matt's network was hit. Not stolen, not hijacked, burned to the ground. Matt arrived too late. The docks were already in flames, the smell of gasoline thick in the air. A single body was left behind, tied to a post. A man Matt had trusted. A man who had followed his orders. His throat was slit, and carved into his chest, in deep, jagged letters, was a message. Time to choose. Matt's breath came slow and steady. He could feel it now. The city pressing in. The crown tightening around his throat. He had tried to control the chaos. But now, the wolves were at his door, and if he didn't do something soon, they would tear everything apart. The morning after the docks burned, Hell's Kitchen had its answer. Newspapers hit the stands with screaming headlines. Daredevil's war turns bloody, Hell's Kitchen caught in the crossfire. Who rules the underworld now? The devil or the claws? Matt stood in his apartment, the headlines spread across his table, his fingers tightening around his cane. The city wasn't just questioning him anymore. They were turning on him. People had believed in Daredevil once. They had seen him as a force for good, a protector. But now he was just another power in a city, drowning in them. The whispers were getting louder. Some said he had lost control. Others said he had never been in control. And some were starting to wonder if maybe Wilson Fisk hadn't been so bad after all. That night, Matt patrolled as Daredevil, not as the Kingpin, not as the man trying to keep the underworld in check, just as the devil. But the city didn't react the way it used to. He stopped a robbery in progress, leaving the thief tied up for the cops, but the store owner didn't thank him. She just stared at him, hesitant, as if she wasn't sure if she should be afraid. A gang of street kids scattered at the sight of him, not because they feared justice, but because they feared what he was now. And when he chased down a dealer moving product on a corner he had explicitly marked as off-limits, the man just laughed. "You think anyone listens to you anymore?" the dealer scoffed, lighting a cigarette even as Matt held him against the wall. "You ain't Fisk. You ain't the claws. You're just another mask." Matt's grip tightened. "I said no dealing here." The dealer grinned, blowing smoke. "Yeah? And who the hell are you supposed to be?" Matt almost hit him. Almost. Instead, he let go. The dealer dusted himself off and walked away, leaving Matt standing in the alley, fists clenched. The fear was gone. Daredevil wasn't a legend anymore. He was just another ghost. The meeting was set up without his permission. One of the Claw's lieutenants arranged it, sending a location through a third party, a test, an invitation, or maybe a trap. Elektra sat on his desk, twirling a knife between her fingers. "You're not actually considering this, are you?" Matt exhaled slowly. "I don't have a choice." Elektra arched an eyebrow. "There's always a choice, Matthew. Maybe. But not one that left him standing on the side he wanted to be." So he went. The meeting took place in a high-rise overlooking the city. The woman waiting for him was the same one he had encountered weeks ago, the one who had let him live. She smiled as he entered. "Mr. Murdock." Matt's jaw tightened. "Talk." She gestured toward the city outside the window. "This can end, you know. The war, the chaos, all of it." She turned to him. "Step down. Let us take control. Hell's Kitchen will still function. We'll even honor most of your rules." Matt's heartbeat stayed steady, but he could feel the weight of the offer pressing against him. "And if I say no?" Her smile didn't fade. "Then we take control anyway." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "The only difference is how many bodies we have to step over to do it." Matt stared at her, every muscle in his body screaming at him to act. Instead, he simply turned and walked away. The war wasn't over. Not yet. Matt wasn't surprised when Elektra found him again. She was waiting on his rooftop, sitting cross-legged on the edge, watching the city below. "You didn't take the deal." Matt exhaled sharply. "You already knew I wouldn't." Elektra smirked. "Of course, because you're you." She turned to him, her expression unreadable. "So what's your next move then?" Matt didn't answer, because he didn't have one, not yet. Elektra sighed, standing. "You know, Fisk wouldn't have hesitated. He would have ended them before they had a chance to breathe." Matt clenched his fists. "I'm not Fisk." Elektra tilted her head, stepping closer. "Then stop pretending you can win this war without becoming him." She reached up, tracing a finger along his jaw. "Burn them, Matthew." Her voice was soft, dangerous. "Burn them all." Matt closed his eyes, because he wasn't sure if the idea disgusted him or tempted him. The claws struck first. Again, a police officer was found dead, his body left in the middle of Hell's Kitchen, arms outstretched like a crucifix. Pinned to his chest was a note: "Your rule is over." Matt stood in the shadows, listening as the sirens wailed, as Brett Mahoney barked orders, as the city reacted. This was the Claw's final move. They weren't just challenging him anymore. They were taking the city. Matt turned and disappeared into the night, his mind racing. Elektra's words echoed in his head. Burn them all, and for the first time. He wasn't sure if he had any other choice. The city was burning again. Gunfire rattled through the streets. The Claws weren't just moving in the shadows anymore. They were making a statement. Gangs that had once followed Matt's rules were switching sides, either out of fear or ambition. Matt stood on a rooftop, listening. His senses stretched across the city, and all he could hear was chaos. This was what he had tried to prevent, and now it was here. He clenched his fists. This wasn't just a power struggle anymore. It was war. And if he didn't act now, he was going to lose everything. The first target was a Claw safe house in the meatpacking district. Matt didn't go in quietly. He came in like a force of nature. The first man went down before he even saw him, his head bouncing off the pavement. The second raised a gun. Matt shattered his wrist before he could pull the trigger. Then, the real fight began. Blades flashed, bullets fired. Matt moved through them like a ghost, his body aching, his muscles screaming, but he did not stop. By the time it was over, the floor was littered with bodies, some groaning, some not, and Matt stood in the center, breathing hard. He had sent his message. Now the Claws knew. The devil was done playing games. The counterattack came fast. Matt barely made it back to his apartment before he felt it, something off in the air, a presence waiting for him. He stepped inside, silent as a whisper, and then a click. He moved just in time. The bullet grazed his shoulder instead of his skull. Matt spun, throwing a billy club into the darkness. It struck something solid, a grunt of pain, then a figure lunging out of the shadows. Bullseye, again. The fight was faster this time, more brutal. Bullseye wasn't toying with him anymore. He was here to kill. Blades flashed. Matt dodged. A gun fired. He twisted away. He felt the air move as Bullseye threw a knife, barely avoiding it. Then he made a mistake. Bullseye caught one of Matt's billy clubs and threw it back. It hit Matt square in the ribs, knocking the air from his lungs. Before he could recover, Bullseye was on him, slamming him into the wall, a knife pressed against his throat. "You're slowing down, Red," Bullseye murmured. "Maybe you ain't cut out for this anymore." Matt's grip tightened. "Try me." He shifted his weight, flipping them both. The knife scraped his skin but didn't cut deep. He landed on top, driving his knee into Bullseye's chest. Bullseye laughed, actually laughed. There he is. Then he shoved Matt off him and disappeared into the night. Matt stayed on the ground, catching his breath. The Claws weren't just fighting him in the streets anymore. They were coming for him, and that meant one thing. This was personal now. The next morning, Matt sat in his apartment, bandaging his shoulder when he heard a voice. "You can't win this war like this, Matt." "Foggy." Matt didn't turn around. "I don't have a choice." Foggy exhaled sharply. "You always have a choice." He stepped closer. "You're playing their game now. You're not stopping crime. You're managing it." Matt's jaw tightened. "If I don't, they will." Foggy's voice was almost pleading. "Then let them. Walk away before you lose yourself completely." Matt stayed silent because he knew. He knew Foggy was right, but he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop, because if he did, Hell's Kitchen would fall, and he wasn't going to let that happen. That night, he suited up again, not as the Kingpin, not as the man trying to control the crime, as Daredevil. For the first time in weeks, the devil of Hell's Kitchen walked the streets. And this time, he wasn't playing by anyone's rules. The Claws struck again at midnight, but this time, it wasn't just another attack. This time, they made it personal. Matt heard the gunfire before he saw the smoke. His heart stopped when he recognized the address. Foggy's office. By the time he got there, the building was in flames, the windows shattered, the walls riddled with bullet holes. Matt's hands shook. He ran inside. The smoke was thick, his lungs burning as he searched. He pushed through rubble, past flickering flames, praying that Foggy was alive. And then, a shape in the corner. Matt dropped to his knees. Foggy. Foggy coughed, barely conscious, his suit covered in ash and blood. They knew Matt. Matt's vision blurred with rage. Who did this? Foggy's voice was barely a whisper. Someone you trusted. Matt's heart pounded. Who? And then, a voice behind him. Me. Matt turned, and standing in the doorway, gun in hand, was the last person he expected. Karen. Karen. Matt barely recognized his own voice. It was raw, strained, torn between confusion and fury. Karen stood in the doorway, gun in hand, her eyes unreadable. Smoke swirled around them, the remnants of the attack still burning. Foggy groaned beside Matt, barely conscious. You did this? Matt's breath was slow, measured, controlled, even as his mind screamed. Karen didn't move. I warned you, Matt. I told you this would happen. You made yourself the king of Hell's Kitchen. Now you're learning what that means. Matt clenched his fists. So you tried to kill Foggy? Karen's jaw tightened. No. She gestured toward the wreckage. That wasn't me, but I told them where to find him. The world seemed to tilt. Matt felt something inside him break. Why? Karen exhaled sharply. Because this has to stop. And you wouldn't listen to me. You wouldn't stop yourself. Her hands trembled around the gun, so I made sure someone else would. Matt inhaled slowly, forcing himself to breathe. Foggy was alive. That was all that mattered right now. But Karen had just betrayed him, and suddenly the city felt smaller, more dangerous, more alone. Foggy was stable. Matt had carried him to a safe house, patching him up as best as he could. He was weak, but alive. Karen was gone. She had disappeared after the fire, leaving nothing but questions behind. And Matt? Matt had a war to finish. The Claws had made their move. They had turned his friends against him. They had attacked his people. And now it was his turn. He didn't need to hold the city anymore. He just needed to break the ones trying to take it. The next 48 hours were brutal. The Claws were everywhere. They moved fast, hitting his strongholds, cutting off supply lines, burning everything he had built. Matt fought back, harder than ever. He hit their hideouts, shattered their ranks, sent a message that the devil wasn't done. But for every gang that still feared him, there were more who didn't. They saw the cracks forming. They saw the king bleeding, and they started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, he wasn't invincible after all. It was 2 nights later when Karen finally reached out. A single burner phone left in his apartment. A simple message. Meet me one last time. Matt should have ignored it, but he didn't. She was waiting for him on a rooftop, standing against the city skyline like a ghost from his past. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Then Karen finally exhaled. I didn't want this, Matt, but I couldn't just watch you become what you're fighting. Matt's fists clenched. You gave them Foggy. I gave them a reason to come for you. Karen's voice cracked. I thought if they pushed hard enough, you'd see what you're doing. But you didn't, Matt. You doubled down. Matt took a slow step forward. You don't understand. No, Matt, I do. Karen's voice sharpened. This was never about saving the city. This was about you, about proving you could do what Fisk did, but better. Silence. Because deep down, Matt knew she was right. This isn't your city anymore, Matt. Karen's voice was softer now. You just don't realize it yet. Then she turned and left him alone on the rooftop. For the first time, Matt realized he wasn't just losing the war. He had already lost. The moment Karen left, Matt's phone buzzed. A single message. It's over. No sender, no signature, just those two words. Then, an explosion. Matt spun, his heart slamming against his ribs. The sound came from the docks, one of his territories. By the time he got there, the damage was already done. A warehouse, one of his, was in flames. Bodies lay in the street, some of them his people. And in the middle of it all, standing beneath the glow of fire and smoke, was her, the woman from the claws. She smiled as he approached. Took you long enough. Matt didn't slow. You did this. She shrugged. You did it to yourself. You thought you could control the city, Murdock. But we both know the truth. She took a step closer, voice dropping to a whisper. You were never strong enough to hold it. Then she walked away. And Matt? Matt stood in the ruins of everything he had built. Alone. Again. Hell's Kitchen had made its choice. It wasn't Matt. By morning, the Claws had moved into his old territories. The gangs that once followed his rules were either dead, defecting, or lying low, waiting to see who would win. And the people? The people had finally stopped pretending he was a hero. The news stations ran the same story over and over. The war for Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, or the Claws. Masked vigilante's empire collapses. The devil falls. Matt stood on a rooftop, listening to the city that had once trusted him. Now, they whispered about him the way they had once whispered about Fisk, like he was just another criminal. And maybe they were right. Matt felt it before it was official. The way cops looked at him on the streets, the hesitation, the tension. Then Brett Mahoney showed up at Josie's, the one place Matt had thought was safe. He slid into the booth across from Matt, setting down a folder. No drinks, no small talk. Just this. Do you know what this is? Brett asked, his voice low. Matt didn't touch the folder. I can guess. Brett exhaled sharply. It's a warrant, Matt. They're coming for you. Matt's jaw clenched. For Daredevil? Brett shook his head. For you. Silence. Matt felt the weight of it settle over him. He had spent his whole life balancing between two worlds. Now both were turning against him. The Claws weren't just pushing into his territory. They were erasing him. That night, another one of his strongholds fell. Not in a fight, not in an ambush. It just vanished. His men were gone. The buildings stripped clean, like Daredevil had never been there at all. Elektra found him in the wreckage, arms crossed, watching the fires die. You should leave, she said simply. Matt didn't look at her. Not happening. Electra sighed. Then at least admit the truth, Matthew. You've already lost. Matt clenched his fists. Not yet. But as the city crumbled around him, he felt it. That cold, sinking feeling. The realization that this wasn't a war anymore. It was an execution. And he was the one standing against the wall. Matt had never set foot in a police station as himself before. But tonight, he walked straight through the front doors, his hands in his pockets, his head high. Brett met him at the entrance, his face tight with frustration. "Tell me you're not this stupid." Matt didn't answer, because maybe he was. He followed Brett into a side office, shutting the door behind him. Then, "I need a deal." Brett scoffed. "Jesus, Matt, you think you can just... I can give you the claws." Silence. Brett's expression darkened. "You better have something solid." Matt slid a flash drive across the desk. "This is everything I have. Names, bank accounts, shipment routes. Give me 24 hours to take out their leadership. Then you can clean up the rest." Brett didn't move. "And in return?" Matt exhaled slowly. "You make sure I get to walk away." Brett leaned back, studying him. "That's not how this works, Matt." Matt's voice hardened. "It is now." A long silence. Then Brett took the drive. "You have 24 hours. And just like that, Matt had made his final deal. Matt had one night left in his city. He could feel it. By this time tomorrow, it would all be over. Either he took the claws down, or they took him. There was no in between. He stood on the edge of a rooftop, the wind howling around him, listening. Hell's Kitchen was waiting to see if the devil would fight one last time, or if the kingpin of Hell's Kitchen would finally fall. Matt tightened his fists, then he turned and disappeared into the night. Hell's Kitchen was quieter than it should have been. Matt felt the difference as he moved through the city, an eerie, calculated silence settling over the streets. No random gunfire, no deals happening in dark alleys, no street-level chaos. It wasn't peace, it was a trap, and he had walked right into it. The moment his boots hit the rooftop, the air shifted. Then, "Freeze! Hands where we can see them!" Matt spun. Floodlights exploded around him. Shouts, the click of safety switching off. Then the sound of boots. A lot of boots. The NYPD had surrounded him. And leading them? Detective Brett Mahoney. His gun was raised, his face unreadable. "It's over, Matt." Matt's breath came slow, steady. "Brett, don't." Brett's voice was sharp. "Don't make this worse than it already is." For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Matt heard it. The second heartbeat, just behind Brett. Someone else was here. Matt turned his head slightly, just enough to catch a familiar scent. Karen. She stepped into the light, her expression tight. "I told you, Matt, you don't get to walk away from this." Matt's fists clenched. She had turned him in. His own friend had handed him to the law, and for the first time, Matt felt it. The weight of his own empire collapsing around him. The cell was small. Bare, no windows. Matt sat on the cot, his fingers threading together, listening to the hum of the station, officers talking, phones ringing, a drunk in a holding cell 2 doors down, snoring. It was surreal. He had spent years on the other side of this, and now here he was, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, the so-called Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, just another criminal behind bars. The door opened. Brett stepped in, closing it behind him. He didn't sit, didn't even look at Matt for a long time. "You said you'd give me 24 hours, Matt said finally, his voice quiet. Brett exhaled. "Yeah, and then I got an order to pick you up instead." Matt's jaw tightened. "From who?" Brett shook his head. "I don't know. Higher than me. Someone who wants you off the board." Matt leaned back against the wall. The claws. Brett didn't answer. He didn't need to, because Matt already knew. The claws had played this perfectly. They had waited. Let him exhaust himself fighting them. Let him push the NYPD into a corner. Let him isolate himself from his allies. And then, at the perfect moment, they had taken him out. Not with a bullet, not with a knife, with law. And now, all they had to do was wait for Hell's Kitchen to finish tearing itself apart. 2 days later, they marched him into the courtroom. No mask, no suit, just Matt Murdock, wearing handcuffs, facing the full weight of the law. The charges? Conspiracy, racketeering, criminal facilitation. Every deal he had made, every rule he had tried to enforce, every attempt to keep the city from collapsing, it was all being used against him. The prosecutor, an ambitious young lawyer with a name Matt barely recognized, read through the case like a butcher preparing meat for the block. Every crime syndicate still operating in Hell's Kitchen had one thing in common: him. And for the first time, Matt saw himself the way the rest of the world saw him. Not a hero, not a vigilante, just another criminal pretending to be something better. The claws wasted no time. By the second day of the trial, their flags were already flying over Hell's Kitchen. The gangs that had once followed Matt had either been absorbed or wiped out. No more war, no more blood in the streets, just order, the same way Fisk had kept it. Only now, Matt wasn't part of it. Electra visited him in lockup that night. She leaned against the bars, arms crossed, watching him like he was some caged animal. "I warned you." Matt didn't look at her. "What do you want, Electra?" She smirked. "I want to know if you've figured it out yet." Matt exhaled slowly. "Figured what out?" Electra tilted her head. "That you were never going to win." Silence. Then she crouched down, voice dropping to a whisper. "They don't want you dead, Matthew. That would make you a martyr. They want you forgotten." Matt felt those words hit him like a knife sliding between his ribs. Because deep down, he knew she was right. It happened faster than Matt expected. 1 minute, he was in his cell. The next, the lights flickered. The guards outside murmured. Then, the door clicked. Matt stood slowly. Someone had unlocked it. He stepped into the hall, his senses stretching. The station was quieter than it should have been. No guards, no alarms, just an open path, a choice. Then a whisper from the shadows. "Don't waste this." Electra's voice. Matt clenched his fists. He had 2 options: walk out of here and disappear forever, or stay. Face the trial, face the consequences, Matt stood there for a long time. Then he took a step forward, then another, and just like that, he was gone. Hell's Kitchen still belonged to the Claws. But the devil? The devil was still out there, waiting, watching, and one day he was going to take his city back. Hell's Kitchen had survived without him. Matt stood on a rooftop, unseen, listening. It had been a week since he escaped, a week since the trial ended without a defendant, a week since the Claws had won. The city hadn't collapsed. It had adapted. The Claws ran things now. They moved in the shadows, but their presence was everywhere. Crime still existed, but it was controlled. The police looked the other way. The gangs fell in line. It was order. The same kind of order Fisk had built. Only this time, Matt wasn't there to challenge it. And that was the most dangerous part. Because if no one was fighting back, then maybe people would start to think this was normal. Matt wasn't the only one who had noticed the shift. Some of Fisk's old allies were coming out of hiding. The Russians, the Albanians, the remnants of the real mob, the ones who had been pushed out when Fisk fell. And they weren't happy. Matt caught the tail end of a conversation between two former enforcers in a club basement. The Claws think they run this place. One of them spat. They ain't Fisk. They don't have the balls for it. So what do we do? A pause, then the answer. We take it back. Matt exhaled slowly, stepping back into the shadows. Hell's Kitchen wasn't stable. It was a ticking bomb, and when it exploded, it was going to take everyone with it. Foggy found him before the city could. Matt had been lying low, moving through abandoned buildings, keeping himself a ghost, but Foggy had always been good at tracking him down. He found Matt at their old church, sitting in the back row, head bowed. He didn't say anything at first, just sat beside him, silent. Then, "You can't stay, Matt." Matt exhaled. "I know." Foggy shook his head. He turned to face him fully. "You think you can just slip back into the shadows and take the city back when you're ready? Like nothing happened?" Matt stayed silent. Foggy's voice softened. "The Claws own this place now. People are scared, but they're also adjusting. The city is calm for the first time in years." Matt's jaw tightened. "It's a lie." Foggy sighed. "Maybe, but if you come back now, it's just another war, another power struggle. More people die." He swallowed hard. "You can't keep doing this." Matt turned to him, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then who stops them, Foggy?" Silence. Then Foggy stood, shaking his head. Maybe no one does." And with that, he walked away, leaving Matt alone with the one answer he couldn't accept. Karen's turn came next. She met him in an alley, somewhere quiet, somewhere private. "You should leave," she said, "for good this time." Matt didn't respond. Karen exhaled. "I know why you're here, Matt. You want to burn it all down. But if you do that, the city doesn't get better. It just bleeds more." Matt clenched his jaw. "You think the Claws are good for this city?" "I think they're the only reason it isn't in flames." The words hit harder than they should have, because deep down, Matt knew she wasn't wrong. "If you do this, Matt," Karen hesitated. You're not Daredevil anymore. You're just another warlord. Silence. Then she turned, disappearing into the night. And Matt? Matt stayed in the darkness, wondering if maybe she was right. The city had given him a choice: walk away or take it back. But taking it back didn't just mean fighting the claws. It meant breaking them. It meant ruling again. And that was the one thing Matt couldn't do. Not again. So he made a different choice. One last war. Not to claim the throne, to burn it, to make sure no one sat on it again. The city didn't need a kingpin. It didn't need a ruler. It needed freedom. Matt stepped into the night, his path set. Tomorrow he would finish this. For good. Hell's Kitchen belonged to the claws. By tomorrow, it wouldn't. Matt moved through the city like a phantom, hitting every safe house, every meeting point, every weak spot in their network. He didn't take them all down, just enough to make sure they felt it, enough to make them nervous. By the time he reached the final stronghold, a towering high-rise at the heart of the city, the claws were waiting for him. Dozens of them, armed, ready. Matt exhaled slowly. Then he ran straight at them. The fight was chaos. Blades flashed, guns roared. Matt moved through them like a storm, his billy club striking with precision, his fists breaking bones, his boots sending bodies crashing through glass. Every hit hurt, but none of it mattered, because he wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to end it. By the time he reached the top floor, his body was broken. Bruises, cracked ribs, a knife wound along his shoulder. But none of it mattered, because she was waiting for him. The woman who had orchestrated everything, the leader of the claws. She stood by the window, watching the city, calm, composed. "You look awful," she murmured. Matt didn't waste time with words. He lunged. The fight was fast, precise. She was good, trained, efficient. Every strike meant to kill. But Matt was better. And when he finally pinned her against the glass, his fist hovering just inches from her throat, she laughed. "What now, Murdock?" she whispered. "You kill me? Then what? Someone else takes my place. Someone worse. That's how this works." Matt froze, because he knew she was right. No matter how many people he took down, the city would always replace them. Unless there was nothing left to replace. Matt didn't kill her. He did something worse. He took her empire apart from the inside. The evidence he had gathered, the financial records, the secret accounts, the names of everyone involved. He leaked everything. By dawn, the feds were tearing through Hell's Kitchen, freezing accounts, arresting lieutenants, turning allies against each other. The claws weren't just losing power, they were imploding. And just like that, the Kingpin's throne was gone. No one would sit on it again, because there was nothing left to rule. The city didn't know what to think. The claws were gone. The gangs were scattered. The old order had collapsed. But Daredevil? Daredevil was nowhere. No more headlines, no more whispers, just silence. Like the devil of Hell's Kitchen had never existed. And maybe that was for the best. Matt stood on a rooftop, looking down at the city he had fought so hard to protect. Foggy was gone. Karen had turned her back on him. The war was over, but he didn't win. because there was nothing left of him to claim victory. So he did the only thing left. He turned and he walked away. The devil of Hell's Kitchen was dead, but in the shadows of the city, something else was waiting to rise. And one day, when the city needed him again, the devil might just return. Hell's Kitchen didn't celebrate. The claws were gone, their empire crumbling in real time. The feds had locked down their assets, their lieutenants were either dead or in custody, and the streets were quiet, but not the kind of quiet that meant peace. The kind that meant people were waiting to see who would step in, waiting to see if Daredevil would return. But Matt was gone, and for the first time in years, he wasn't sure if he was ever coming back. He left the city, not far, just enough. An old cabin deep in upstate New York, far from the heartbeat of Hell's Kitchen. He needed space. He needed silence. For days, he just existed. No fights, no rooftops, no war. Just him, alone with his thoughts, alone with the weight of everything. But no matter how far he went, he couldn't leave himself behind. Back in Hell's Kitchen, the vacuum he had created was already pulling in new players. The old mob was trying to rebuild. The Russians were making moves. The triads were claiming blocks. The police, they were struggling just to keep up. And in the middle of it all, the people were holding their breath, because Daredevil had always been there. And now the city felt exposed, like it was waiting for someone, to step up and take his place. Matt knew the city still whispered about him. He could feel it in his bones. But it was different now. They didn't fear him. They didn't worship him. They missed him. Even the criminals weren't sure what to do. Some still followed the rules he had set, out of habit, out of fear that maybe, just maybe, he would come back. But Matt wasn't sure if he could, because if he did, what was left of him to return? The first time Matt heard about him, he thought it was a joke. A masked figure moving through the city, stopping muggings, beating dealers half to death. Wearing red, wearing his colors, Matt sat in the dark of the cabin, listening to the radio. The news was already speculating. Daredevil is back. Matt clenched his fists. Someone was pretending to be him, and if that was true, then Matt had one last fight left. Not for power, not for the throne, for his legacy, for the truth, for who he really was. The devil of Hell's Kitchen might have walked away, but now he had a reason to return. Hell's Kitchen was slipping. The vacuum Matt had left behind had turned the city into a slow-burning fuse, waiting to ignite. The claws were gone, but the old gangs, the Russians, the Albanians, the triads, were coming back, trying to rebuild the empire he had destroyed. And now, there was someone else, a new daredevil, or at least, someone wearing his skin. Matt sat in the cabin, listening to the news. The stories were getting louder. Another masked figure, another devil, moving through the streets. But this one was different. This one killed, and if Matt didn't stop him, then the city would never fear Daredevil again. They would hate him. Foggy found him the same way he always did. Matt had spent weeks avoiding calls, ignoring texts. He thought maybe if he stayed gone, people would stop looking for him. He was wrong. Foggy knocked on the door, stepping inside before Matt could argue. "You heard, didn't you?" Foggy's voice was tired, but not surprised. "The new Daredevil?" Matt stayed silent. Foggy sighed, rubbing his face. "Look, I get it. You don't want to do this anymore. But if you don't go back, if you don't stop him..." A pause. "Then everything you did, all the blood, all the sacrifices, it was for nothing." Matt clenched his jaw. "I didn't leave so someone else could take my place." "Then go back and fix it." Silence. Foggy waited, and finally, Matt stood. By the time Matt returned, the city was already unraveling. The Pretender was getting bolder. A warehouse full of traffickers burned to the ground. A known crime lord found gutted in his own office. The city wasn't afraid of Daredevil anymore. They were afraid of something worse. Matt stood on a rooftop listening to the people below. They weren't whispering about him. They were whispering about what he had become. And that was a mistake he was going to fix. Karen wasn't surprised to see him. She didn't yell, didn't argue. She just set a folder on the table between them. "I already found him," she said simply. "The new Daredevil." Matt flipped the folder open. Photos, grainy surveillance footage, a young man, lean but muscular, fast, sloppy, imitating him. Karen's voice was quiet. "He's not you, Matt. He doesn't have your code. He doesn't care about rules." Matt closed the file. "Where is he?" The new Daredevil never saw him coming. Matt found him in an alley, crouched over a man who was already bleeding out. The Pretender turned, and Matt hit him. The first punch cracked against his jaw. The second sent him into the wall. The third dash. The third, Matt stopped. Because he saw it now. The kid wasn't a monster. He was scared. "You think this is what Daredevil is?" Matt's voice was ice. "You think this is justice?" The kid spat blood, looking up at him. "You left. Someone had to do something." Matt exhaled slowly. "Not like this." The kid stared at him, chest heaving. Then he whispered, "Then show me how." And just like that, Matt had his answer. The city didn't need a new devil. It needed him. And this time, he wasn't leaving. The first time Matt put the suit back on, it felt heavy. Not just the weight of the armor, but everything it meant. Everything it had cost him. But the city didn't need a king. It didn't need a warlord. It needed Daredevil. And tonight, it was going to get him. Matt stood on the edge of the rooftop, the cold air biting against his skin. Below, the city pulsed with life, cars moving, people talking, the distant wail of a siren. The new Daredevil was out there, still trying to be him, and it was time Matt showed him how to really do it. He didn't expect Frank Castle to find him first, but of course, he did. The Punisher was waiting on the next rooftop, arms crossed, watching as Matt landed silently beside him. "Knew you couldn't stay away," Frank muttered, lighting a cigarette. "Miss me?" Matt ignored him. "I need information." Frank exhaled smoke, smirking. "Yeah? Thought you were out of the game." Matt's fists clenched. Things changed. Frank studied him for a long moment, then he grinned. Damn right they did. He flicked his cigarette over the ledge. "The kid? He's sloppy, running wild, making you look bad." Matt's jaw tightened. Where is he? Frank chuckled. That's the thing, Red. He leaned in slightly. I don't think you want to find him, 'cause if you do, a pause. You're gonna have to ask yourself why he's doing your job better than you ever did. Matt didn't answer, because he wasn't sure Frank was wrong. By now, Hell's Kitchen knew something was different. The whispers had started. The rumors were spreading. The real Daredevil is back. Some believed it. Some didn't. Some didn't care. Because to them, Daredevil had been back for weeks. The masked man in red had never left. But Matt was about to show them the difference. And the first person who needed to learn was the kid wearing his suit. Karen had tracked the kid to an abandoned parking garage downtown. He's not working alone, she warned as she passed Matt the address. He has a small crew, nothing organized, but they're following him. Matt frowned. Like a gang? Like believers, Karen corrected. They think he's you, Matt. They think they're fighting for something real. Matt exhaled slowly. Then it's time to set them straight. The kid never saw it coming. Matt dropped from above, landing between him and his followers. For a moment, nobody moved. Then the kid exhaled, shaking his head. I knew this was coming. Matt stayed silent. The kid tilted his head. You think you can just take this back? He took a slow step forward. You left. The city needed Daredevil, and you left. Matt clenched his fists. I didn't leave it to you. The kid smirked. Well, you did a shitty job making that clear. Matt moved. The fight was fast, brutal, precise. But this time, Matt wasn't just teaching him. He was reminding the city who the real devil was. By the time the kid hit the pavement, gasping, his crew had scattered. Matt stood over him, breathing hard. Stay down. The kid wiped blood from his mouth, eyes burning. And if I don't? Matt exhaled. Then you better hope I don't come back. The kid stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, and just like that, the throne was his again. Only this time, Matt wasn't sitting on it. He was burning it for good. The new Daredevil was gone, but the war wasn't over. Matt had spent the last few nights tearing down what remained of his old empire. He made sure the kid and his crew disappeared. He crushed the last of the Claw's influence. He took apart every deal, every power structure that had kept the underworld running under his rule. And now the city was bleeding for it. The gangs that had been waiting in the shadows, the Russians, the Albanians, the Triads, were finally making their moves. They had seen the cracks. They knew no one was in control anymore. Without a Kingpin, without him, Hell's Kitchen was open for the taking. And Matt was about to show them what happened to people who thought they could own his city. The real threat had been waiting for him. While the smaller gangs fought in the streets, one man had stepped up, a remnant of the Claws, a survivor, someone who had studied both Matt and Fisk, someone who understood how power worked in Hell's Kitchen. His name was Callum Drake, and by the time Matt found him, he had already crowned himself the new Kingpin. The confrontation happened in the ruins of an old church, one of Fisk's old meeting spots. Drake was waiting, surrounded by bodyguards, his suit pristine despite the chaos outside. I knew you'd come, he said, sipping a glass of wine. You couldn't help yourself. Matt didn't answer. He just moved. The first guard went down before he could reach for his gun. The second lasted a little longer. Then it was just him and Drake. Drake sighed, setting down his drink. "You don't get it, do you?" Matt's fists clenched. "I get it perfectly." Drake smirked. "Then why are you still fighting? The throne is mine now." Matt exhaled slowly. "Not anymore." Then he ended it. Drake didn't die. Matt made sure of that, because killing him wouldn't change anything. Someone else would just step up. So instead, Matt broke him. He took his empire apart piece by piece. He dragged him into the light, made sure everyone saw the corruption, the blood money, the bodies buried in alleys. By morning, Drake was in cuffs. The city belonged to no one, and for the first time in years, it wasn't waiting for another Kingpin to take the throne. Matt had won, but he had lost everything to do it. Foggy wasn't returning his calls. Karen was gone. Even Elektra had vanished, moving on before the dust had even settled. And for the first time, Matt realized this was always how it was going to end, because people didn't stay in a war like this. They either died in it, or they left it behind. And Matt had made his choice a long time ago. The city was quiet, not peaceful, not fixed, but quiet, for now at least. Matt stood on a rooftop, looking down at the streets below. He had spent years fighting for this place, losing himself for it. And now, as he listened to the hum of the city, he realized he didn't belong to it anymore. He could walk away. He could leave, maybe for good this time, or dash, or he could stay. Not as a king, not as a ruler, as a guardian. Matt exhaled slowly, then he stepped forward and disappeared into the night. By morning, it was over. Drake was gone. The claws were gone. The last of the gangs had been pushed back into the shadows, too scattered and afraid to make another move. Hell's Kitchen wasn't fixed, but it wasn't dying anymore. And for the first time in a long time, there was no Kingpin, just a city standing on its own, and Matt Murdock standing at the edge of it, wondering if he still belonged to it. The war had taken everything. Foggy was gone. Karen had walked away. Even Elektra had disappeared into the night. No parting words, no dramatic exits, just gone, like she had never been there at all. Matt had won, but he had lost everything to do it. And for the first time, he wondered, was this what Fisk had felt like, standing at the top of his empire, only to realize he was standing there alone? Because that's what Matt was now, alone. He could leave. He should leave. Hell's Kitchen had survived without him before. It could do it again. Matt had nothing left here. Nothing but scars. Nothing but ghosts. He could walk away, start over. But deep down, he already knew the truth. He was Hell's Kitchen, and it would always be his. Daredevil wasn't a king. He wasn't a ruler. He was a warning, a promise, that no matter who tried to take this city, no matter how many kings, crime lords, or warlords tried to own it, the devil would always be there, watching, waiting. And when the time came, when someone thought they could take his city again, he would remind them who really owned the night. Matt stood on a rooftop, feeling the city breathe beneath him. It would never be perfect. It would never be safe. but it didn't need a king. It needed him. So he put the mask back on, and when the sirens wailed in the distance, Daredevil ran toward them, because Hell's Kitchen would always need a devil, and tonight, the devil was home.